Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient stones of Hogwarts whispered with anticipation as the castle prepared for its millennial celebration. 1,000 years of magic had seeped into every cornerstone, every archway, and every hidden passage of the grand fortress. But on this particular evening, as the setting sun painted the Scottish Highlands in hues of amber and gold, 15-year-old Felix Nightshade stood alone in the astronomy tower, his fingers absently tracing the constellation-shaped scar that marked his left palm. The castle's magic felt different tonight, restless, almost anxious, as if the very foundations of Hogwarts knew what was coming. Felix had always been sensitive to such things, a gift that had marked him as unusual even by wizarding standards. Below, the great hall buzzed with excitement as students and faculty prepared for tomorrow's millennial feast, but Felix's attention was fixed on the darkening sky, where the stars were beginning to emerge in unusual patterns he had never seen before. "I wondered if I'd find you here," came a familiar voice. Professor McGonagall, now headmistress of Hogwarts, stood in the tower doorway, her emerald robes catching the last rays of sunlight. "It's time, Mr. Nightshade." The other for our waiting, Felix's heart quickened. For 5 years, he had wondered why he had been sorted into all 4 houses simultaneously, an unprecedented event that had caused quite a stir at his sorting ceremony. Now, on the eve of Hogwarts' 1000th year, he would finally learn the truth. In the headmistress's office, 4 other students waited. Aria Frost, a Ravenclaw 7th year with silver-streaked hair and eyes that seemed to hold ancient wisdom. Marcus Steelfist, a burly 6th-year Hufflepuff whose gentle nature belied his intimidating appearance. Luna Redwood, a fierce Gryffindor whose wild red hair matched her untamed spirit. And Scarlet Nightshade, Felix's twin sister, separated at birth, her Slytherin robes marking the final piece of a puzzle Felix hadn't known existed until this moment. 1,000 years ago, McGonagall began, her voice carrying the weight of centuries. The founders of Hogwarts created more than just a school. They created a sanctuary protected by the most powerful magic ever conceived. But such protection requires renewal, a convergence of the houses, performed once every millennium by 5 chosen guardians. As McGonagall spoke, the portraits of former headmasters leaned forward in their frames, and even the sorting hat stirred on its shelf. The last convergence occurred in 1024, and now the time has come again. You 5 have been chosen by the castle itself, your magical signatures matching those required for the ritual. Felix's eyes met Scarlet's across the room, the sister he had never known existed until this moment. Her face mirrored his own shock and wonder, the same constellation scar marking her right palm. The twins' separation had been necessary, they learned, to protect the future guardians until the time of convergence. But they were not the only ones who knew of the approaching ritual. Deep in the Forbidden Forest, a cloaked figure stood before an ancient stone circle, surrounded by followers. Nathaniel Blackthorn, once a promising student at Hogwarts, now sought to harness the millennial magic for his own dark purposes. If he could disrupt the convergence, the castle's protective magic would dissipate, leaving its vast reservoir of power ripe for the taking. The 5 chosen students had precious little time to prepare. Each possessed unique gifts that would be crucial for the ritual. Felix's sensitivity to magical energies, Aria's mastery of ancient runes, Marcus's unshakable protective instincts, Luna's powerful offensive magic, and Scarlet's natural ability at binding spells. Together, they spent the night in the Room of Requirement, which transformed into a practice chamber where they could rehearse the complex magical choreography required for the Convergence. As dawn approached, they made their way to the heart of Hogwarts, a hidden chamber deep beneath the Great Hall, accessed through a passage that appeared only once every 1,000 years. The chamber was a perfect octagon, its walls adorned with the symbols of all 4 houses, and at its center stood an ancient pedestal bearing 4 crystals: ruby for Gryffindor, sapphire for Ravenclaw, emerald for Slytherin, and amber for Hufflepuff. But Blackthorn had prepared for this moment. As the 5 guardians took their positions, dark magic erupted from the shadows. Blackthorn's followers had infiltrated the castle, and now they attacked with devastating force. Luna and Marcus moved to defend the others, their spells creating a protective barrier, while Aria began the complex runic sequences necessary to initiate the Convergence. Felix and Scarlet stood back to back, their twin powers harmonizing as they had been meant to do since birth. Together, they channeled their magic through their matching scars, creating a field of protective energy that pushed back against Blackthorn's dark spells. The battle raged as dawn approached the crucial moment when the Convergence had to begin. Blackthorn himself appeared in the chamber, his magic corrupted by years of dabbling in forbidden arts. "The power of Hogwarts belongs to those strong enough to claim it," he snarled, sending a blast of dark energy toward the crystalline pedestal. But he had underestimated the power of unity that the Founders had built into the very fabric of Hogwarts. As his spell approached, all 5 guardians acted as one. Luna's courage, Marcus's loyalty, Aria's wisdom, and Scarlet's cunning all flowed through Felix, the living embodiment of all 4 houses united. The constellation scars on the twins' palms blazed with brilliant light as the Convergence began. Each crystal on the pedestal rose into the air, and lines of magical energy connected them in a complex geometric pattern. The very foundations of Hogwarts trembled as ancient magic awakened. Blackthorn's final desperate attack was met with a shield born of 4 houses united as one. The dark wizard's spell rebounded, and he was caught in a vortex of his own corrupted magic. As he vanished, his followers fled, leaving the chamber to the 5 guardians. The Convergence reached its peak as the first rays of dawn penetrated the chamber through hidden shafts in the ceiling. The 4 crystals spun faster and faster, their light growing blindingly bright. Felix and Scarlet, their hands clasped where they bore matching scars, became the focal point through which the united power of Hogwarts flowed. When it was done, new wards of protection settled over the castle like a warm blanket. The 5 guardians could feel the renewal of ancient magic in their very bones. Hogwarts would stand for another 1,000 years, its protection renewed by the unity of its houses. As they emerged from the chamber into a castle awakening to its millennial celebration, Felix looked at his 4 companions no longer strangers, but family bound by something deeper than blood. His sister Scarlet squeezed his hand, and he knew that while one chapter of their story had ended, another was just beginning. The constellation scars on their palms had faded to silver tracery, a permanent reminder of their role as guardians. Above, the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall showed the same stars that had guided the Founders 1,000 years ago, now shining down on a new generation of protectors. Hogwarts had survived its millennial test, its magic renewed by the very quality its founders had valued above all others, the strength that comes when different powers unite as one. As students began to fill the great hall for the celebration feast, none suspected that 5 of their own had just written a new chapter in the ancient school's history, ensuring that the magic of Hogwarts would endure for generations to come. Story 2. The corridors of Hogwarts held many secrets, but none quite as dangerous as Professor Celeste Munchaudo herself. For 50 years, she had walked these halls wearing another woman's face, guarding an artifact that could unravel the very fabric of magical history. The real Professor Munchaudo had died in 1974, and only the metamorphagus who had taken her place knew the truth until now. It began with whispers among the portraits. On a frost-bitten morning in December, Sir Cadogan reported seeing a student duel himself in the 7th floor corridor. The following day, nearly headless Nick swore he witnessed Dumbledore walking through the library, very much alive and reading a book about sock knitting. By week's end, dozens of impossible events plagued the castle. Students encountered elderly versions of themselves. Long-dead relatives appeared in mirrors, and brief glimpses of alternate futures flickered in the shadows of the castle's many alcoves. Celeste knew what it meant. The Mirror of Destiny was awakening. Hidden in a chamber beneath the Transfiguration classroom, the mirror had remained dormant for half a century. Unlike its cousin, the Mirror of Arised, which showed mere desires, the Mirror of Destiny revealed and could even manifest alternate timelines. The seers of old had used it to guide their prophecies, until its power proved too tempting, too dangerous to control. When a group of 4th-year students stumbled into her classroom one evening, pursued by a version of themselves from a timeline where Voldemort had won the war, Celeste knew her carefully maintained disguise must end. Among them was Aurora Blackwood, a prodigy whose talent for transfiguration reminded Celeste painfully of a young Minerva McGonagall. Beside her stood Marcus Fletcher, a quiet Ravenclaw who saw patterns others missed, and twins Diana and Apollo Storm, whose synchronized spellcasting had already become legendary in the castle. Professor Aurora gasped, her wand still raised against the phantom versions of themselves that had vanished moments before. What's happening to Hogwarts? Celeste locked the classroom door with a wave of her wand. The time for secrets had passed. Before their eyes, she let her disguise melt away, revealing her true form: silver hair, violet eyes, and skin that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. The past and future are bleeding into our present, she explained, and I need your help to stop it. In the chamber beneath their feet lay the Mirror of Destiny, its ancient frame inscribed with runes that pulsed with an ominous blue light. But they weren't the only ones who knew of its power. The Chronologists, a secret society of dark wizards obsessed with manipulating time, had finally tracked the mirror to Hogwarts. Their leader, Magnus Blackwood, Aurora's own grandfather, sought to use it to restore the pure blood supremacy of ages past. As Celeste led the students to the hidden chamber, she explained how she had spent 50 years protecting the mirror, moving it between secure locations until Dumbledore himself had helped her conceal it at Hogwarts. But now its magic was spilling out, creating temporal fractures throughout the castle. The chamber itself was a marvel of magical architecture, its domed ceiling reflecting the night sky above Hogwarts, its walls lined with hourglasses of all sizes. At the center stood the mirror, its surface rippling like liquid mercury. But they weren't alone. Magnus Blackwood and his chronologists had already breached the chamber's outer defenses. The dark wizards emerged from the shadows, their robes adorned with symbols of time and fate. Aurora's face paled as she recognized her grandfather, his once handsome features twisted by dark magic and obsession. "The mirror shows us what could be," Magnus proclaimed, his voice echoing in the chamber. "Why should we accept this flawed timeline when we could create a perfect one?" The battle that followed would be remembered in Hogwarts legend for generations. The students fought alongside Celeste against the chronologists, while temporal anomalies exploded around them. Diana and Apollo Storm moved in perfect synchronization, their twin magic creating shields that deflected both spells and fragments of alternate realities. Marcus Fletcher used his knowledge of patterns to predict where temporal fractures would appear, keeping his companions safe from being erased from existence. But it was Aurora who proved crucial. As spells flew and reality itself seemed to crack, she found herself facing her grandfather before the mirror. Its surface showed them countless possibilities, timelines where they fought on the same side, where they never met, where the choices of the past had led to vastly different presents. "Join me," Magnus pleaded. "We can have everything we ever wanted." "Your parents could live again for a moment," Aurora wavered. The mirror showed her parents alive and proud in another timeline. But she also saw the cost thousands of lives altered or erased to create that reality. "Some things," she said, raising her wand, "are meant to stay in the past." The final confrontation shook the foundations of Hogwarts itself. As Magnus attempted to shatter the mirror and absorb its power, Celeste revealed the full extent of her metamorphagus abilities. She shifted rapidly between forms, becoming every version of herself that had ever existed or could exist, overwhelming the chronologist's attempts to predict her movements. Aurora's spell, a modified version of the Transfiguration Reversal charm she had learned from Celeste, struck the mirror at the exact moment her professor sealed the temporal fractures. The mirror's surface hardened into true glass, trapping the alternate timelines within rather than manifesting them. Magnus and his followers found themselves bound by their own temporal magic, their attempts to change history becoming their prison. In the aftermath, as the castle settled back into its proper timeline, Celeste finally revealed her true name, Cassandra Timeweaver, the last guardian of the Temporal Order. She had taken on Professor Munchausen's identity, not just to protect the mirror, but to ensure she could pass on her knowledge to the next generation of guardians. Aurora, Marcus, and the Storm twins became her apprentices, learning the ancient arts of temporal magic, not to change the past, but to protect the present. The Mirror of Destiny remained in its chamber, now properly sealed, serving as a reminder that some powers are better left as reflections rather than reality. As for Hogwarts, the events of that December became known as the Time Twist term, discussed in whispers and debated in advanced magical theory classes. But few knew the full truth of how close the magical world had come to being rewritten, or of the sacrifice of a woman who had given up her own identity to protect the very fabric of time itself. In the years that followed, students would sometimes catch glimpses of Professor Munchausen's silver hair shimmering back to its disguised brown, or notice how she seemed to know exactly when and where she would be needed. But they learned not to question too deeply the mysteries of time and identity. After all, in a castle like Hogwarts, some secrets are best left in the shadows of what could have been. Story 3. The lunar eclipse cast an otherworldly crimson glow over Hogwarts Castle, its ancient towers reaching toward the blood-red moon like gnarled fingers. In the Slytherin common room, 15-year-old Orion Silvertongue sat alone, watching as the giant squid drifted past the underwater windows, its tentacles leaving rippling shadows across his pale face. Something felt different tonight. The castle's magic hummed with an ancient resonance he had never felt before. Then he heard it, a whisper, but unlike any he had ever known. As a Parselmouth, a secret he had kept even from his closest friends, Orion, was used to understanding serpents. But this voice carried the weight of centuries, echoing not through his ears, but through his very blood. Heir of the serpent speaker. The time has come. The voice led him deep into the castle's foundations, past the familiar dungeon corridors and into passages he had never seen before. The stones themselves seemed to shift, revealing a hidden chamber adorned with intricate serpentine carvings. At its center stood a black marble pedestal, upon which rested an ancient scroll sealed with the mark of Salazar Slytherin himself. As Orion's trembling fingers broke the seal, magical energy surged through the room. The scroll contained a family tree, its branches writhing like living serpents, connecting names across centuries until they culminated in a single line, his own. He was the last living descendant of Salazar Slytherin, through a forgotten branch of the family that had hidden itself from the wizarding world generations ago. But revelation brought catastrophe. The next morning, students began turning to crystal, their bodies transforming into perfect translucent statues. It started with the Muggle-borns Justin Fletcher from Hufflepuff, then Maria Chen from Ravenclaw. By nightfall, 12 students had been crystallized, their faces frozen in expressions of surprise and terror. Helena Fairheart, a fierce Gryffindor 7th year, whose parents had died fighting Death Eaters, was the first to connect the transformations to an ancient curse mentioned in restricted texts. Her research in the library's forbidden section revealed a dark truth. Salazar Slytherin had created 7 cursed relics, each containing a fragment of a powerful crystallization spell. The curse had laid dormant for centuries, waiting for the blood of his true heir to awaken it. When Helena confronted Orion with her discoveries, wand raised and eyes blazing with suspicion, neither expected the turn their conversation would take. Orion's genuine horror at the curse and his desperate desire to help broke through Helena's prejudices. Together, they formed an unlikely alliance, the last Slytherin heir and the daughter of Order of the Phoenix members, united against a threat that transcended house rivalries. The first relic was hidden in plain sight, a silver pendant worn by the bloody Baron himself. Convincing the ghost to part with it required not Helena's Gryffindor bravery, but Orion's Slytherin cunning and his ability to speak with the spectral serpent that had been bound to the pendant for centuries. As they searched for the remaining relics, more students crystallized. The curse seemed to spread faster with each passing day, claiming pure bloods and half-bloods alike. Professor McGonagall, now headmistress, considered closing the school, but Helena and Orion convinced her that evacuation would only spread the curse beyond Hogwarts walls. Their quest led them through the castle's deepest secrets. The second relic, a crystal-encrusted dagger, was hidden in the Chamber of Secrets itself, guarded by generations of magical serpents that only Orion could command. The third was concealed within the Room of Requirement, which took the form of a vast crystal cavern that shifted and changed with each step. But they weren't alone in their hunt. A group of pure-blood supremacists, led by the ambitious Professor Blackthorn, sought to use the curse for their own ends. They believed it could be modified to target only those they deemed unworthy of magic, finishing Salazar's supposed noble work. The fourth relic, an enchanted mirror, nearly proved fatal. Helena pushed Orion out of the way of a killing curse cast by Blackthorn's followers, taking a glancing blow that left her right arm partially crystallized. As Orion worked desperately to slow the spread of the crystallization, something changed between them. Their partnership, born of necessity, had grown into a friendship that defied centuries of prejudice and hate. The fifth and sixth relics were found in the Forbidden Forest, one in an acromantula nest and another in the depths of the Centaur's sacred crystal caves. With each relic destroyed, more of the castle's secrets revealed themselves to Orion, showing him a side of his ancestors' legacy that history had forgotten. Salazar hadn't created the relics out of hate, but as a desperate measure against an ancient evil, a fact lost to time and twisted by prejudice. The final confrontation came during another lunar eclipse. The seventh relic, Salazar's own wand, had been hidden within the heart of the Hogwarts ward stone. As Blackthorn and his followers attacked, Helena and Orion found themselves fighting back-to-back in the castle's deepest chamber. The solution, when it came, required both of their strengths. Helena's expertise in defensive magic created a containment field around the ward stone, while Orion used his connection to Salazar's blood to communicate with the ancient magic itself. Speaking in Parseltongue, he commanded the curse to end not with hatred or force, but with understanding and acceptance of both his heritage and his choice to forge a different path. The price was high. Destroying the final relic required a sacrifice, a willing offering of magic from Slytherin's blood. Orion didn't hesitate, channeling his own magical power into the ward stone until the curse shattered. Throughout the castle, crystallized students began to revert to flesh and blood, while Blackthorn and his followers found themselves bound by their own crystalline chains. Orion survived, but his Parseltongue ability was gone sacrificed to break his ancestors' curse. Yet, he had gained something far more valuable, a true understanding of his heritage, and a friendship that would help reshape the relationships between Hogwarts houses for years to come. In the years that followed, Helena and Orion worked together to rewrite the history of Salazar Slytherin, revealing the complex truth behind the simplified stories of good and evil. The Crystal Curse became another chapter in Hogwarts' long history, but more importantly, it became a reminder that the strongest magic comes not from pure blood or ancient lineage, but from the ability to see past prejudice and choose one's own path. The remaining crystal shards were preserved in the Hogwarts Museum, not as dark artifacts, but as testimony to the power of unity in the face of ancient curses. And sometimes, late at night, students would swear they could still hear whispers in the castle depths, not of hatred or fear, but of friendship forged in the crucible of crisis, stronger and more enduring than any curse. Story 4. Dust motes danced in the pale moonlight that filtered through the towering windows of Hogwarts' restricted section. Professor Magnus Thornhart's weathered fingers traced the spine of an ancient tome, its leather binding cracked with age. As guardian of forbidden knowledge, he had spent countless nights among these shelves, but tonight was different. Tonight, the books were whispering. It began when young Lyra Starweaver, a brilliant Muggle-born 7th year with wild silver hair and eyes like storm clouds, collapsed during her advanced charms class. She wasn't the first. Over the past week, 6 students had fallen into an inexplicable magical coma, their magical cores growing weaker by the day. The whispers led Magnus to a hidden compartment behind a shelf of cursed grimoires. Inside, he found a map, and like any he'd seen before, a piece of parchment that seemed to shift and change in the candlelight, its ink moving like liquid silver. It showed a city that shouldn't exist, Avalon, the legendary sanctuary of the Hogwarts founders, said to house their most dangerous and powerful secrets. When Lyra awoke briefly from her coma, her words chilled Magnus to the bone. They're calling us. The founders. Their magic. Hungry before he could question her further, she slipped back into unconsciousness, but not before pressing a strange crystal into his hand, a crystal that perfectly matched a marking on the mysterious map. Magnus knew he needed help. Despite the protests of other faculty members, he chose Lyra's unconscious form as his guide. As a Muggle-born, she possessed a unique perspective on magic untainted by centuries of wizarding tradition. Using a complex enchantment that allowed him to enter her dreams, he discovered she could still sense the path to whatever was draining the school's magic. The map led them deep into the Forbidden Forest, beyond the Centaur territories to ancient standing stones that predated Hogwarts itself. Each step seemed to take them further from the modern world, the forest growing older and wilder around them. Strange lights danced between the trees, and the very air hummed with ancient magic. They weren't alone in their quest. Word of the map had somehow reached Erebus Blackthorn, a former unspeakable obsessed with unlocking the Founder's most dangerous secrets. He and his followers shadowed Magnus and Lyra's dream-linked form through the forest, waiting for the right moment to strike. The standing stones formed a gateway, activated by the crystal from Lyra's hand. As the sun set on their third day of travel, the air between the stones shimmered like heat waves over summer cobblestones. Through the distortion, they glimpsed spires of crystal and gold Avalon, the hidden city, preserved in a pocket of time where the Founder's magic still reigned supreme. But entering Avalon proved to be only the beginning of their challenges. The city was a maze of enchanted architecture, where staircases moved like those at Hogwarts, but with deadlier consequences for a wrong step. In the city's heart, they discovered the truth. Avalon was built around a nexus of pure magical energy, which the Founders had used to help establish Hogwarts wards and enchantments. Now, centuries later, the connection between Avalon and Hogwarts was failing. The nexus was pulling magic back to its source, draining it from the school and its students. The Founders had foreseen this possibility and left safeguards, but they had never intended for their sanctuary to remain hidden for so long. The safeguards themselves had begun to fail. Blackthorn and his followers caught up to them in the Founder's chamber, a vast circular room where 4 thrones sat empty, each carved with the symbols of their respective houses. The former unspeakable didn't want to save Hogwarts. He wanted to sever its connection to Avalon completely and claim the Nexus's power for himself. The battle that followed would have been the stuff of legend, if any outside Avalon's walls had witnessed it. Magnus wielded forgotten spells from his years of studying restricted magic, while Lyra's dream form channeled the very energy of the Nexus, her Muggle-born perspective allowing her to shape it in ways pure-blood wizards had never imagined. Blackthorn's killing curse missed Magnus by inches, shattering one of the Founder's thrones. The backlash of broken enchantments rippled through the chamber, destabilizing the already failing Nexus. They had moments to make a choice, try to claim the power for themselves, as Blackthorn intended, or find a way to restore the balance before both Avalon and Hogwarts were destroyed. The solution came from Lyra's unique understanding of both Muggle and magical worlds. The Founders hadn't built Avalon as a fortress to hide their secrets, but as a reservoir to nurture magic's growth in the outside world. The Nexus wasn't meant to be contained, but to flow freely between the hidden city and the school. Together, Magnus and Lyra worked to reshape the ancient enchantments. Instead of fighting the Nexus's pull, they transformed it into a circuit, allowing magic to flow both ways between Avalon and Hogwarts. Blackthorn, in a last desperate attempt to seize control, threw himself into the Nexus only to be transformed into a crystal statue, another permanent guardian of the city's secrets. As the new enchantments stabilized, Avalon began to change. The city's buildings shed their ancient dust, revealing architecture that blended the best of magical and Muggle design. The Founders had created a place not to hide magic away, but to help it evolve and grow stronger through change. Back at Hogwarts, the comatose students awakened, their magical cores now stronger than ever. Lyra's physical form opened her eyes to find her magical abilities transformed by her experience, able to perceive and channel magic in ways that would revolutionize magical theory for generations to come. Magnus resumed his post as guardian of the restricted section, but now with a direct connection to an even greater library in Avalon. The hidden city became a sanctuary once again, not to conceal dangerous knowledge, but to protect the continuous evolution of magic itself. Years later, students at Hogwarts would sometimes catch glimpses of impossible spires through their dormitory windows, or hear whispers of a silver-haired witch and an elderly librarian who walked the halls of two realms. But only those who truly understood the nature of magic, that it grew strongest and shared freely between all who wished to learn, ever found their way to Avalon's shining gates. The Founder's greatest secret, it turned out, wasn't a collection of powerful spells or dangerous artifacts. It was the understanding that magic itself was alive, ever-changing, and belonged to anyone with the courage and wisdom to embrace its mysteries. In the end, it took a Muggle-born student and a keeper of forbidden books to remind the wizarding world of this simple but profound truth. Story 5. The ancient stones of Hogwarts whispered with unease on the coldest winter night in centuries. Frost crept like silvery fingers across the castle's windows, and the enchanted ceiling of the great hall reflected a sky devoid of stars, as if the heavens themselves held their breath in anticipation. It was on this night that the Sorting Hat, dormant since the start of term, suddenly burst into life with a prophecy that would shake the very foundations of the magical world. Professor Artemis Ravenscroft stood before the gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office, her dark robes dusted with snow from her urgent journey across the castle grounds. At 32, she was the youngest Defense Against the Dark arts professor in recent memory, and perhaps the only one who understood the true weight of what was about to unfold. "The air approaches on wings of flame," the Sorting Hat had proclaimed, its voice echoing through the castle's ancient halls. "When the sword of the tower finds its true master's hand, the walls of Hogwarts shall tremble, and what was hidden shall be revealed." The end begins with the lion's return. The castle's corridors buzzed with whispers and theories in the days that followed. Some spoke of doom, others of glory, but all eyes turned to the magnificent sword that hung in the headmaster's office, the sword of Gryffindor, its rubies gleaming with an inner fire that seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. When Gabriel Lionheart arrived 2 weeks later, the coincidence seemed too perfect to ignore. The boy appeared at the castle gates in the midst of a swirling snowstorm, his travel-worn cloak bearing the crest of an unknown magical academy. With wild golden hair and eyes that burned with an inner light, he carried himself with a quiet confidence that drew both admiration and suspicion. "There's something not quite right about him," Professor Ravenscroft confided to her colleague, Master Blackthorn, as they watched Gabriel demonstrate extraordinary magical abilities in their advanced dueling class. The boy's spells carried a distinctive resonance that made the very air hum with power. His magic. "It feels ancient, almost primal." The mystery deepened when Gabriel was sorted into Gryffindor House, the Sorting Hat barely touching his head before declaring its decision with what seemed like a mixture of triumph and trepidation. That night, witnesses claimed they saw the sword in the headmaster's office pulse with a brilliant light. As winter tightened its grip on the castle, Professor Ravenscroft began to notice subtle changes. The portraits whispered among themselves when Gabriel passed, and the castle's magic seemed to respond to his presence in unusual ways. Doors would unlock at his approach, and the moving staircases appeared to arrange themselves to his convenience. Her investigation led her to the depths of the Ministry archives, where ancient scrolls spoke of a secret society known as the Keepers of Balance. Their mission, it seemed, was to maintain certain magical bloodlines and prevent any one wizard from claiming too much power. The more she read, the more convinced she became that the prophecy had been crafted centuries ago, not as a prediction, but as a carefully laid plan. Gabriel, meanwhile, found himself at the center of a growing divide within the school. Some students rallied around him, drawn by his natural leadership and extraordinary magical abilities. Others kept their distance, wary of the changes his presence seemed to herald. The boy himself remained enigmatic, spending long hours in the library's restricted section, searching for something he refused to name. The truth began to unravel one stormy night in February. Professor Ravenscroft discovered a hidden chamber beneath the ministry, its walls covered in elaborate tapestries depicting the founders of Hogwarts. But it was the final tapestry that made her blood run cold. It showed a ritual performed by the Keepers of Balance, binding the power of Gryffindor's bloodline into the sword itself, ensuring that no heir could ever claim their full inheritance without the sword's power being unleashed. As she pieced together the ancient puzzle, Gabriel's true nature became clear. He was indeed Gryffindor's heir, but not in the way anyone suspected. The Keepers had manipulated bloodlines for centuries, carefully orchestrating the creation of a perfect vessel one who could channel the combined power of multiple magical bloodlines. The climax came during the spring equinox, when the castle's magic was at its peak. Gabriel finally reached for the sword of Gryffindor, and the weapon flew to his hand with a sound like thunder. But Professor Ravenscroft was ready. Her research had revealed that the prophecy was a trap. The Keepers had intended to use Gabriel as a catalyst to reshape the very nature of magic itself, redirecting the ancient wards of Hogwarts to their control. In the ensuing magical battle, the true power of Hogwarts was revealed. The castle itself seemed to come alive, its ancient stones resonating with centuries of accumulated magic. Gabriel, realizing he had been manipulated his entire life, made a choice that would echo through magical history. Instead of claiming the power for himself, he turned the sword's energy inward, breaking the ancient bindings that had constrained not just his own bloodline, but the natural flow of magic itself. The backlash shattered the Keeper's carefully laid plans, and in doing so, revealed a truth long forgotten. Hogwarts was never meant to be just a school, but a nexus of magical learning where power could flow freely, unbound by the artificial constraints of bloodlines and prophecies. In the aftermath, as spring finally began to warm the castle grounds, Professor Ravenscroft found Gabriel standing atop the astronomy tower, the sword of Gryffindor gleaming in the dawn light. The prophecy spoke of an ending, he said quietly, but not all endings are disasters. Sometimes they're just new beginnings in disguise. The sword now hangs in the Great Hall, its rubies shining with a different kind of light, not the contained fire of bound magic, but the warm glow of possibility. And in the years that followed, Hogwarts truly became what its founders had always intended, a place where magic could be learned and practiced freely, unbound by the chains of prophecy and predetermined destiny. As for Gabriel Lionheart, he remained at Hogwarts as a teacher, helping to forge a new understanding of magic that transcended the old boundaries of blood and house. And Professor Artemis Ravenscroft continued her role as guardian of the school's secrets, though now with the knowledge that sometimes the greatest magic lies not in fulfilling prophecies, but in having the courage to forge one's own path. The winter of the prophecy became known as the season of awakening in magical histories, marking not the end of Hogwarts, but its renaissance. The ancient castle still stands, its stones holding countless secrets, but now they whisper of possibility rather than predestination, of choices rather than chains, of futures waiting to be written by those brave enough to pick up the quill of destiny and write their own story. Story 6. Deep beneath the dark waters of the Black Lake, where even the giant squid dared not venture, Professor Lyra Starweaver discovered a truth that would forever change the magical world's understanding of its most humble servants. The revelation began on a misty autumn evening as she followed a trail of mysterious luminescent mushrooms that had begun growing in the deepest dungeons of Hogwarts. The young potions professor had always been different from her colleagues, with her silver-streaked black hair and eyes that seemed to shift color like opals in the light. Her tendency to experiment with ancient brewing techniques had earned her both admiration and suspicion among the faculty. But nothing in her years of magical research could have prepared her for what she found in that forgotten chamber beneath the lake. The mushrooms led to an arch of black stone, its surface rippling like water, despite being solid to the touch. Ancient runes, far older than any she had studied, pulsed with a soft blue light along its frame. As she traced their pattern with her fingers, a familiar crack echoed through the chamber, the distinctive sound of a house elf appearing. Professor Starweaver must not proceed further, squeaked a voice she recognized. It was Dobby, but something was different about him. His usual collection of mismatched clothes had been replaced by elegant robes that seemed to be woven from moonlight itself, and his large eyes held a wisdom that seemed ancient and profound. The gateway calls to you because you have the old blood, Dobby continued, his voice taking on a formal tone she had never heard from a house elf before. But what lies beyond? Some truths are better left in shadow, but Lyra had spent too many years searching for the origins of magical binding to turn back now. Show me, she whispered, and something in her voice, perhaps the trace of the old blood Dobby had mentioned, made him bow deeply. The gateway opened like a curtain of liquid obsidian, revealing a realm that defied everything Lyra thought she knew about magical spaces. They stepped into a vast cavern that seemed to exist between reality and dreams. Crystal spires rose like frozen waterfalls, their surfaces reflecting gardens that couldn't possibly exist underground. Balls of pure magical energy drifted through the air like lazy fireflies, casting ever-changing patterns of light across the crystalline landscape. Welcome, Dobby said with the air of a prince returning to his kingdom, to the court of eternal twilight. As they walked through the impossible realm, Lyra learned the truth that had been hidden for millennia. The house elves were not a race bred for servitude. They were the guardians of the most ancient magic, the power that kept the magical and non-magical worlds in balance. Their apparent servitude was a carefully crafted disguise, allowing them to monitor and maintain the magical equilibrium from within the very homes of the wizarding world. We were once as tall as humans, an ancient elf named Eldergleam told her in the Crystal Council chamber. We chose to diminish our physical form to better serve our purpose. The magic we guard is too powerful to be wielded openly, but not all within the hidden court agreed with this ancient pact. A faction led by a proud elf named Moonshadow believed it was time to reclaim their true place in the magical world. They had begun sabotaging the delicate magical bindings that kept the worlds in balance, hoping to force a confrontation that would reveal their true nature to all. The crisis came to a head during the winter solstice, when the magical barriers between worlds grew naturally thin. Moonshadow's rebels attempted to shatter the ancient wards beneath Hogwarts, wards that predated even the founders. Their magic, unleashed after centuries of constraint, threatened to tear open the veil between worlds. In that moment of crisis, Lyra understood why the House Elves had chosen their path of humble service. The power they wielded was too vast, too fundamental to the world's existence, to be used openly. Working with Dobby, or Prince Daberon of the Twilight Court, as she now knew him, she helped craft a solution that would preserve both worlds without revealing the elves' true nature. Using her knowledge of potions and their ancient magic, they created a new kind of binding, not one of servitude, but of partnership. The rebels, seeing the wisdom in this compromise, agreed to return to their role as guardians, but with a new understanding between them and the wizarding world. In the years that followed, subtle changes began to appear in how house elves were treated throughout the magical world. No one quite knew why, but wizards and witches found themselves increasingly inclined to show respect to their diminutive servants. Some even noticed that their magic worked better when they treated their elves with kindness. Lyra kept her discovery of the Twilight Court secret, as promised, but she left careful clues in her research for those wise enough to understand. Her treatise on magical symbiosis became required reading at Hogwarts, though few recognized it for what it truly was: a guide to understanding the complex web of magic that bound all magical beings together. Dobby continued his service at Hogwarts, though Lyra now recognized the subtle signs of his true status, the way the castle's magic seemed to bend around him, the knowing look in his eyes during important moments. Sometimes, on quiet evenings, she would catch glimpses of other realities in the reflections of the Black Lake's surface: crystalline spires and drifting lights, reminders of the magnificent truth that lay hidden beneath the surface of their world. The entrance to the Court of Eternal Twilight remained hidden beneath the Black Lake, guarded by enchantments and secrets. But for those who knew where to look, signs of its existence could be found throughout Hogwarts in the perfect timing of the house elves' assistants, in the way the castle's deepest magic remained stable, despite centuries of use, and in the subtle shimmer of other realities that sometimes gleamed in the corner of one's eye. And on rare nights, when the moon was full and the lake's surface perfectly still, some students claimed they could hear distant music drifting up from the depths, the songs of the Twilight Court, keeping their eternal watch over the balance of magic itself. For in the end, the greatest magics were not those taught in classrooms, but those that worked silently, maintaining the delicate balance between all magical beings, hidden beneath the surface of the world we thought we knew. Story 7. The winter solstice at Hogwarts had always been a time of mystery and wonder, but none could have predicted the extraordinary events that unfolded on that fateful evening. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the snow-covered grounds, the room of requirement manifested something unprecedented: a tower of pure crystal that burst through the ancient castle's roof, reaching toward the star-strewn sky like a frozen waterfall caught in mid-surge. Cassandra Moonfell stood at her dormitory window, her breath catching in her throat, as she watched the impossible structure catch and fracture the last rays of twilight into 1,000 rainbow shards. As the most gifted seer Hogwarts had produced in centuries, she had grown accustomed to glimpses of possible futures. But this was different. The tower seemed to exist in multiple moments simultaneously, its crystalline facets showing fragments of different times like scenes caught in amber. The appearance of the travelers was even more extraordinary than the tower itself. They emerged from the crystal structure as if walking through a curtain of light: 7 figures in robes that seemed to shift and change with every movement, their faces bearing the weight of untold years. Their leader, a tall woman with silver-threaded hair and eyes that held the depth of centuries, introduced herself as Aurora Timeweaver, last headmistress of Hogwarts in the year 2525. "Magic is dying," Aurora announced to the assembled faculty and select students in the Great Hall, her voice carrying the hollow echo of devastating truth. In our time, Hogwarts stands as the last bastion of magical learning in a world where the very essence of magic has begun to fade from reality itself. Cassandra found herself drawn into the center of this temporal crisis when Aurora revealed why they had sought this particular moment in time. "The sight runs strong in your blood, young Moonfell," the future headmistress explained. "In our histories, you become known as the chroner, the witch who could perceive the currents of time itself. We need your gift to help us locate the 4 lost artifacts of the Founder's items whose combined power might be enough to prevent the coming magical extinction." The artifacts, it seemed, had been scattered through different eras of Hogwarts history. Hufflepuff's cup, hidden in the kitchens during the Triwizard Tournament of 1794. Ravenclaw's lost grimoire, concealed in the astronomy tower during the Goblin Rebellions of 1612. Slytherin's mirror, buried beneath the lake in 1942. and Gryffindor's hourglass, yet to be hidden in a future that might now never come to pass. But as their temporal quest began, Cassandra noticed discrepancies in the travelers' behavior. One of them, a quiet man who called himself Thaddeus Blackthorn, seemed to know things he shouldn't, details about the castle's history that contradicted even the most ancient records. His eyes held a familiar darkness that reminded her of another wizard who had once sought to master time itself. Using her growing temporal awareness, Cassandra began to perceive the true pattern behind the magical decline. It wasn't a natural phenomenon, it was engineered, created by someone who sought to control the very essence of magic by becoming its last wielder. The clues were hidden in plain sight: the specific times and locations of the Founder's artifacts, the precise moment the travelers had chosen to appear, and the subtle magical signatures that seemed to ripple out from Thaddeus like waves in a still pond. The hunt for the artifacts became a race against both time and treachery. Each recovery required delicate manipulation of temporal energies, with Cassandra using her enhanced sight to navigate the dangerous currents of time. They retrieved Hufflepuff's cup from a secret chamber behind the kitchen's largest copper pot, its magic still humming with the warmth of 1,000 feasts. Ravenclaw's grimoire was found wrapped in starlight at the top of the astronomy tower, its pages containing secrets of magic that had been lost to time. But it was during the recovery of Slytherin's mirror from the depths of the lake that Thaddeus revealed his true nature. He wasn't from the future at all, but from an alternate timeline, one where Tom Riddle had succeeded in his quest for immortality and had discovered the secret of temporal manipulation. Thaddeus was Riddle's agent, sent to ensure the death of magic itself, believing that its extinction would finally grant him the ultimate power over death. The final confrontation took place in the Crystal Tower itself, as the winter solstice came full circle. Cassandra, now fully awakened to her power as the chronoseer, could see the countless possible futures branching out from this moment like strands of an infinite web. With the combined power of the recovered artifacts and her ability to perceive the true path through time, she faced Thaddeus in a duel that transcended ordinary magic. Spells rippled through multiple timelines, causing changes that cascaded through centuries. The very fabric of reality seemed to twist and bend around them as they fought. But in the end, it was not raw power that decided the outcome, it was understanding. Cassandra realized that the artifacts were never meant to prevent the death of magic, but to transform it, allowing it to evolve and grow in new ways. Using the Founder's artifacts in concert with the Crystal Tower, she initiated a change that would ripple through all timelines. Magic wouldn't die in the future. It would transform, becoming something more subtle, but no less powerful, woven into the very fabric of reality in a way that could never be monopolized or destroyed. The travelers from the future began to fade as their timeline shifted and changed. Aurora Timeweaver smiled as she disappeared, her form dissolving into motes of light that spiraled up through the Crystal Tower. "You've given us all a new future," she whispered, her voice echoing across time itself. The Crystal Tower remained at Hogwarts, though now it was visible only to those with the gift to see beyond the ordinary flow of time. Cassandra Moonfell went on to become one of the most renowned magical theorists in history, her understanding of temporal magic revolutionizing how future generations would view the relationship between time, magic, and reality itself. And on certain nights, when the stars align just so, students at Hogwarts sometimes catch glimpses of other times in the castle's many reflective surfaces, fragments of the infinite possibilities that exist in the great tapestry of time, all watched over by the silent, shimmering Crystal Tower that bridges the boundaries between what was, what is, and what might yet be. Story 8. In the depths of the Forbidden Forest, where ancient magic twisted the very fabric of reality, Professor Marcus Winterhart discovered a truth that would shake the foundations of everything he thought he knew about Hogwarts. The mirror stood alone in a circular clearing, its ornate silver frame untouched by time or elements, reflecting not the tangled branches above, but a sky of perfect, impossible clarity. Marcus had always been drawn to the forest's mysteries. His colleagues often joked that he spent more time among the trees than in his classroom, but none could deny his expertise in magical artifacts. With his windswept dark hair and perpetually ink-stained fingers, he cut an unusual figure for a professor of magical theory. Yet it was precisely his unconventional nature that led him to this extraordinary discovery. The mirror first appeared after a particularly violent magical storm, one that had sent the centaurs into a frenzy of stargazing and prophecy-making. As Marcus approached it, the surface rippled like liquid silver, and he found himself staring not at his own reflection, but into a great hall. He knew intimately, yet something was fundamentally different about it. In this reflected Hogwarts, the banners of all four houses hung in perfect harmony, and at the high table sat 5 figures instead of 4. Salazar Slytherin had never left, and the result was a school that blazed with magical innovation. Students wore robes that shifted between house colors, symbolizing the fluid nature of their studies. The very air seemed to shimmer with spells that had never been invented in Marcus's world. But as he studied this alternative reality more closely, he began to notice disturbing details. The magic in this world was more powerful, yes, but also more volatile. The unity of the founders had prevented the schisms that had originally limited certain branches of magic, and as a result, spells that should have remained theoretical had become commonplace. The disappearances began subtly. First, a first-year Hufflepuff vanished during breakfast, only to be replaced moments later by a version of herself wearing slightly different robes, a version who spoke of houses and traditions that didn't exist in their world. Then a Ravenclaw prefect disappeared from the library, and in his place stood a student who practiced spells that seemed to bend the very laws of magic. Marcus knew he needed help, and he found an unlikely ally in Helena Ravenclaw, the Grey Lady of Hogwarts. The ghost had been observing the changes with growing concern, recognizing patterns that echoed warnings from her mother's time. Together, they discovered that the mirror was not just showing another world, it was slowly merging the two realities. The solution, they realized, lay in the most unlikely of places, the Chamber of Secrets. In this reality, the chamber had been sealed by Slytherin before his departure, but in the mirror world, it had become a repository of knowledge guarded by a basilisk who had been transformed into a protector rather than a weapon. Marcus found himself facing an impossible choice. The basilisk in his world still slumbered below the school, its nature unchanged by centuries of isolation. To access the chamber's secrets, he would need help from someone who could speak to the creature, and the only person he knew with that ability was a young first-year student named Sebastian Prince, a descendant of an ancient bloodline who had only recently discovered his gift for Parseltongue. The Grey Lady's counsel proved invaluable. Sometimes, she whispered in her ethereal voice, the bravest choice is to trust those whom others fear. With careful preparation and ancient protective spells recovered from Ravenclaw's personal writings, they prepared for their descent into the chamber. Sebastian proved to be far more than just a translator. His innate understanding of serpentine magic helped them navigate the chamber's defenses, and when they finally faced the basilisk, his gentle nature helped convince the creature to assist them rather than attack. The great serpent, it turned out, had been waiting centuries for someone to understand its true purpose. The basilisk revealed that the chamber contained not just Slytherin's secrets, but a nexus point where the magical ley lines of Hogwarts converged. This was the key to stabilizing the boundary between the two worlds, but using it would require a sacrifice. The mirror world's greater power came at the cost of balance, and maintaining the separation between realities would mean accepting the limitations of their own world's magic. As the merger between worlds accelerated, students and teachers from both realities began to overlap, creating chaos in the castle. Spells behaved unpredictably, and the very stones of Hogwarts seemed to shift between different versions of themselves. In the mirror world, the unchecked growth of magical power had begun to tear reality itself apart. The final confrontation took place during the winter solstice, when the barriers between realities were naturally thinnest. Marcus, Sebastian, and the Grey Lady worked together to perform an ancient ritual at the heart of the Chamber of Secrets. The basilisk coiled around them in a protective circle as they channeled the ley line energy through the chamber's nexus. As the ritual reached its climax, the mirror in the forest shattered, its fragments each reflecting a different possibility, countless versions of Hogwarts, each with its own choices and consequences. For a brief moment, Marcus could see them all. Worlds where different choices had led to vastly different outcomes, some wonderful, some terrible, all real in their own way. When the magic settled, the students who had been replaced were returned to their proper reality, though some retained faint memories of their experiences in the other world. The mirror's fragments were gathered and secured in a specially prepared vault, each piece still occasionally offering glimpses of what might have been. The experience changed Hogwarts in subtle but significant ways. Understanding that unity didn't require uniformity, the houses began to collaborate more while maintaining their distinct identities. Sebastian became known not just as a Parselmouth, but as a bridge between different magical traditions, helping to establish new ways of teaching that incorporated wisdom from all the founders. Marcus Winterheart continued his research, though now with a deeper appreciation for the balance that existed in their world. The basilisk remained in the chamber, no longer a secret weapon, but a guardian of magical knowledge, accessible to those who approached with respect and understanding, rather than fear or ambition. And sometimes, on quiet nights when the moon is full, students claim they can catch glimpses in the castle's windows of other Hogwarts that might have been reflections of possibilities that remind them that every choice they make shapes not just their own future, but the very nature of magic itself. Story 9. The ancient shelves of Hogwarts' restricted section held many secrets, but none quite as devastating as the one Aurora Blackthorn discovered on a storm-racked night in late autumn. Lightning flickered through the library's towering windows, casting wild shadows across rows of forbidden tomes as her fingers traced the spine of a book that, by all rights, shouldn't have existed. The grimoire practically hummed with dark energy, its cover bound in what appeared to be dragon hide that still shifted and rippled like living scales. Ancient runes crawled across its surface, rearranging themselves as if seeking to spell out warnings in languages long forgotten. As the last living descendant of Rowena Ravenclaw, a secret she had guarded carefully throughout her 7 years as a student, and now into her first year as the library's youngest curator, Aurora, felt the book calling to her blood. When she finally dared to open it, the pages released a whisper that seemed to echo with the voices of the founders themselves. What she read in those weathered pages made her blood run cold. The protective enchantments surrounding Hogwarts were failing, consumed by a curse woven into the very foundation stones of the castle by the founders themselves. A necessary evil, the grimoire explained in Rowena's elegant script, to ensure that should our experiment in magical education fail, it would fail completely rather than corrupt slowly. The founders had feared that their combined magical knowledge, if misused, could lead to catastrophe. They created a failsafe. If the 4 houses ever became too divided, if the purpose of the school became too corrupted, the magic would begin to unravel. Aurora took her discovery to Professor Thorin Shadowweave, the new defense against the dark arts teacher whose mysterious past and unorthodox teaching methods had made him both respected and feared. His dark eyes widened as he read the grimoire's passages, his fingers tracing the moving runes with a familiarity that suggested he'd encountered similar magic before. "The signs have been there," he admitted, gesturing to the ceiling of his office where a web of silver threads mapped out the castle's magical currents. "The wards are weakening. The staircases move more sluggishly. Even the ghosts seem to be fading. Together, they discovered that the curse was tied to 4 anchor points throughout the castle, each aligned with one of the houses. But reaching these points would require help from the most unlikely of sources, the castle's ghosts, each of whom guarded pieces of the Founder's secrets. The Grey Lady, Helena Ravenclaw, was the first to aid them, drawn perhaps by her connection to Aurora's bloodline. She led them through hidden passages to Ravenclaw's anchor point, concealed behind a mirror that showed not reflections but rather the viewer's deepest regrets. The nearly headless Nick guided them to Gryffindor's anchor, hidden in a room that only appeared during the full moon. The fat friar revealed Hufflepuff's marker beneath the kitchens, in a chamber that tested not magic, but kindness and loyalty. But it was the Bloody Baron's secret that proved most crucial and most dangerous. Slytherin's anchor point lay in a forgotten section of the Chamber of Secrets, guarded not by a basilisk, but by something far more insidious, a magical membrane that forced anyone passing through it to confront the darkness in their own soul. As they worked to understand the curse, strange occurrences began plaguing the castle. Students reported their spells going awry, transmutation attempts producing impossible results. The portraits began to fade, their subjects moving sluggishly as if swimming through syrup. Most disturbing of all, first-year students started manifesting magical abilities that should have been far beyond their years, as if the castle's failing wards were allowing raw, uncontrolled magic to seep into their developing cores. The solution, when they finally pieced it together, was both simple and heartbreaking. The Founder's curse could be broken, but it required representatives from each house to willingly sacrifice something precious to them, not their lives, but their most cherished magical gift. Aurora would have to give up her inherited Ravenclaw sight, which allowed her to perceive the underlying patterns of magic itself. They found their other volunteers among those who had been most affected by the castle's failing magic. Marcus Ironheart, a Gryffindor whose newfound ability to conjure phoenix fire would have to be surrendered. Hannah Sweetwater, a Hufflepuff who had mysteriously gained the power to heal with a touch. And Severus Nightshade, a Slytherin whose awakened talent for divination had become both gift and curse. The ritual had to be performed on the night of the winter solstice, when the veil between the physical and magical worlds was thinnest. As they stood at the 4 anchor points, connected by streams of pure magical energy, each participant faced not only the loss of their gift, but the weight of centuries of magical history. The ghosts gathered to witness the ceremony, their forms more solid than they had appeared in weeks. Professor Shadoweve conducted the ritual, his voice rising in an ancient incantation that seemed to make the very stones of Hogwarts resonate in response. As each participant surrendered their gift, the castle itself seemed to exhale. The curse unwound like a great serpent releasing its prey, and for a moment, the true Hogwarts was visible to all, not just a school, but a living entity, a magical organism that had evolved far beyond what even its founders had envisioned. The price was paid, the gifts surrendered, but what they received in return was something far more valuable, a renewed Hogwarts, its magic no longer bound by the founders' fears, but free to grow and evolve naturally. The houses remained distinct, but no longer divided, their qualities complementing rather than competing with each other. Aurora continued her work in the library, and though she could no longer see the patterns of magic, she found she could feel them more deeply than ever. The grimoire took its place among the restricted section's most carefully guarded treasures, its pages now filled with not just warnings but hope, a testament to the power of sacrifice and the enduring spirit of Hogwarts. The ghosts, too, seemed changed by the experience. They spoke more openly of their pasts, sharing wisdom long held secret. And on quiet nights, students sometimes reported seeing all four house ghosts floating together through the castle walls, united in their vigil over a school that had finally broken free of its ancient bonds to forge its own magical destiny. Story 10. The highest tower of Hogwarts stood like a sentinel against the storm-darkened sky, its ancient stones glowing with an ethereal blue light that seemed to pulse in rhythm with the thunder. Inside, Aurora Blackthorn's fingers trembled as they traced the worn leather binding of a grimoire she had discovered hidden behind a loose stone in the defense against the dark arts classroom wall. The book's pages whispered as they turned, revealing secrets written in ink that shifted like quicksilver in the flickering candlelight. Aurora had always been different from her fellow students. Her exceptional talent in defensive magic had earned her both admiration and suspicion, but none of her professors truly understood the extent of her abilities. She could sense dark magic like others could smell rain, coming, a gift that had led her to this moment, to this book, to this revelation that would change everything. The grimoire spoke of an ancient order of wizards and witches who had dedicated their lives to maintaining the barriers between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. They called themselves the custodians of the veil, and their existence had been carefully erased from all but the most obscure magical histories. As Aurora delved deeper into the text, the castle's very foundations seemed to tremble. In the great hall far below, the enchanted ceiling began to show images that didn't match the sky outside, glimpses of a shadowy realm where dark figures moved with unnatural grace. Students reported seeing their deceased relatives walking the corridors, only to vanish when approached. The ghosts of Hogwarts, usually so present and vocal, had fallen eerily silent. It was nearly headless Nick who finally confirmed Aurora's growing fears. The seals were failing, ancient magical barriers that had kept the realm of the dead separate from the world of the living for centuries. The signs had been there for months, strange whispers in the darkness, shadows moving against the flow of light, and an increasing sense of unease that had settled over the castle like a shroud. Help came from an unexpected quarter. Corvus Shadowman, a former Death Eater who had been secretly working as the school's groundskeeper under a modified Polyjuice disguise, revealed himself to Aurora one stormy night. He had been watching her, recognizing in her the same sensitivity to dark magic that had once led him down a path of darkness, and ultimately to his redemption. The barriers were created by sacrifice, Corvus explained, his scarred hands gripping the iron railings of the astronomy tower. They must be maintained by sacrifice as well. That's why the custodians faded away. Few were willing to pay the price. Together, they began to uncover the extent of the crisis. The barriers between worlds had been anchored to 7 magical seals hidden throughout Hogwarts. Each seal required a different type of magic to repair it, and time was running out. With each passing day, more spirits slipped through the weakening veil, not all of them benign. Their quest to repair the seals took them to the deepest corners of Hogwarts. In the Chamber of Secrets, they found the first seal carved into the skull of a basilisk, requiring Aurora to use her gift for defensive magic in ways she had never imagined. Beneath the Whomping Willow, the second seal pulsed with a sickly green light, and Corvus's intimate knowledge of dark magic proved crucial in containing its corruption. But they weren't the only ones who knew about the failing barriers. A cult of dark wizards, the harbingers of dissolution, saw the weakening veil as an opportunity. They believed that by shattering the barriers completely, they could gain power over both life and death itself. The Harbingers struck during a full moon, when the veil between worlds was naturally at its thinnest. Their attack forced Aurora and Corvus to split up, she racing to protect the remaining seals while he confronted his former allies. In the chaos, spirits poured through the widening gaps between worlds, some seeking loved ones, others hungry for revenge, and a few so ancient and powerful that their very presence made the castle's stones weep. The final battle took place in the heart of Hogwarts, where the strongest seal lay hidden within the very framework of the castle's protective enchantments. Aurora found herself fighting alongside ghosts of past custodians, their spectral forms offering guidance even as they fought to push back the tide of malevolent spirits that the Harbingers had unleashed. Corvus arrived at the crucial moment, leading but unbowed, having turned his former companions' dark magic against them. Together, he and Aurora realized that the grimoire had been wrong about one crucial detail. The barriers didn't require a sacrifice of life or magic. They required a sacrifice of division itself. The original custodians had failed not because they were unwilling to pay the price, but because they had tried to maintain the separation between living and dead too completely. Understanding dawned like the first light of morning. Aurora used her power not to banish the spirits, but to establish a new kind of barrier, one that would allow the benevolent dead to remain as guides and guardians, while keeping darker entities at bay. Corvus, drawing on both his knowledge of dark magic and his hard-won redemption, helped her weave this new protection into the fabric of Hogwarts itself. The price was high. Aurora's gift for sensing dark magic transformed into something both more and less than it had been. She could now see and communicate with spirits at will, but lost her ability to perform certain types of defensive magic. Corvus's modified polyjuice disguise became permanent, a physical reminder of his choice to embrace a new path. In the years that followed, Hogwarts changed. The ghosts remained, but now they served as conscious guardians of the veil, working alongside Aurora, who became the first new custodian in centuries. Corvus continued as groundskeeper, his expertise in dark magic now used to teach students how to recognize and resist its allure. The grimoire found its place in a special section of the library, its secrets available to those wise enough to understand that the boundary between life and death was not meant to be a wall, but a bridge carefully maintained and respected, but never completely sealed. And sometimes on quiet nights when the moon was full and the veil grew thin, students would catch glimpses of Aurora walking the castle corridors, deep in conversation with spirits only she could fully see. Her silver hair would shimmer with an otherworldly light, and in those moments, she seemed to exist in both worlds at once, a living reminder that the greatest magic comes not from separating the realms of existence, but from understanding how they were meant to flow together all along.